morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Sorry, I'm just a little bit late there. We have a few things with the stream that I'm having a few issues with, so we're getting that situated right now. I do want to take the time to mention we are going to be live with extended coverage. We do have a tornado warning. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I am Kelly Rose. I am here with you guys today. We do have an active tornado warning. Be proud of me. I actually brought my drawing tool right before we started streaming. This is your storm. Tornadic rotation currently near Ladnor. We are looking really high into the storm at about 14,000 feet. So a lot of what we're seeing isn't what's translating to the ground. While I share the stream, so ignore my AC running. I'm about to turn it off here pretty soon. Alright. I think we are set. I got one more thing to do to get this out to people that we are currently live streaming. Because we do this on multiple platforms. Alright, I think we're good. This is a disclaimer. In about a month and a half, I will be moving. This is Fort College. This does not change our streaming pattern necessarily. This just kind of changes how we stream. Because we're going to have a little bit of a better studio to work with. And we may be bringing back green screens, which I think will be really cool for you guys. Alright. So this is going to be storm spotter observed. This is not on the ground, but this is storm spotter observed rotation. They do have it marked down as radar indicated, and if you guys are wondering how I see this, so on my other screen I have the warning text, which is this. I'll kind of break it down for you guys. So up here is just information that's irrelevant to you. This is to identify the National Weather Service and things like that. Bulletin: emergency alerting system activation required. This is what your warning is. Tornado warning. Or special or severe weather statement. One of the two. So a severe weather statement is an updated warning. Tornado or severe thunderstorm. And then the National Weather Service who issued it. And then the expiration time. I mean the issuance time. Excuse me, issuance time. So this was issued at 5:30 Mountain Daylight Time, Sunday, June 7th. The National Weather Service in Rapid City has issued a tornado warning 4. So this is where you're getting the information you guys need. Northwestern Hardin County and northwestern South Dakota. This is your expiration time. Okay, why are they issuing this? At 5:30 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 6 miles northwest of Ladner or 26 miles northwest of Buffalo, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Okay, what are the hazards? Tornado and tennis ball sized hail. What is the source? Radar indicated rotation. Okay. Then you have your impact. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damaged roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. And then your locations in or near the path, or this dangerous storm will be near, or this tornado will be near. Because there is no tornado, this dangerous storm will be near Ladner, Table Mountain, North Cave Hills, around 5:35 Mountain Daylight Time. What do I do? What are the preparedness actions I can take? Take cover now. Move to a basement or interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. And this is tornado and then your hail size. And that's what I read. So when I look at a warning, I immediately look at the source. I look at that to say, okay, is it radar indicated or what? I will look right below this. So when we have what we call PDS tornado warnings, you'll see this is a particularly dangerous situation. And I look there. Then I scroll down. Okay, what is the damage site? Is it base, which this is base? Is it considerable or catastrophic? And what's the hail size? So that's all I look at. But I don't read all of it because it's all the same other than your source, your hazard, your severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, and then that's about all the same. And let's get on here. It looks like that rotation is northeast. Again, you're looking so high up. Another thing with this is that what was I saying? I forgot. That's why I looked at my phone. So we're watching these storms here. And let's go up to our Bismarck radar, where we have been looping radar for way too long. We're watching this congeal into a line, and this is our main reason of going live today. Can I pull it up on here without stream going crazy? Woo! So this is a new app. This is Weatherfront. We will be using this a lot during streams, especially for your outlooks, things like that. This has a sleek look to it. So here's what we're looking at. This is a moderate risk of severe storms in the Meat area, the Baker, Dickinson, Ekalaka, Bowman, Mott, and Washburn. This moderate risk is currently being driven by this SIG 2 45 SIG wind. So this is a 45% SIG, and there you can see there's solid lines going in an opposite direction than your dash lines. So it's going from the lower right to your upper right, going diagonally like that. And so that is where we do expect some of your higher wind gusts. They did drop that tornado warning, by the way. That's where they're like, yeah, this is where we're at. Okay, and your other outline. So I'm going to show the outline of the SIG too really quickly. This is your outline essentially. Now I've kind of cut a little bit, but that's cool. And that's where we expect a bow echo and a possible derecho. So there isn't a specific wind speed. I call it 85 at this point. 85 being reasonable. Oh, we can bring this over here. And this is the SIG breakdown, which I just want to bring in really quickly, then we'll go over everything else. So SIG 1, we do not have SIG 1 in tornado, so we're not really going to go over SIG 1 tornadoes. We actually only have 5% tornado, and that's in Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma. But SIG 1, which is your dash, is all storm modes for winds. So supercells, derechos, bow echoes, and 75 mile per hour wind. And 2-inch hail, or greater than 2-inch hail. As we get to SIG 2, this is moderate intensity. A bow echo and a derecho is possible now. Now we're looking at hail of 3.5-inch hail or greater. I don't think we have SIG 2 hail today. This replaces the significant hatched risk. And we could see a SIG 3 tonight. I'm not cutting that out of the potential. I do think we could see that SIG 3 go today, but I think that SIG 3 would really be right in here if they do issue, which will be a high risk. Alright, continuing. We go back to our categorical outlook. We see this orange. This is your enhanced risk of severe weather. So that's your 3 out of 5. Red is your moderate 4 out of 5. We are going to have to hold off on this, where we do have an observed tornado in Missouri. This does include the town of Springfield. So this will take over all. This is a very populated I don't have a tower. Again, this does take over all priority here. I'm going to mark where I'm pretty sure the tornado is. Right there. This is moving into Springfield. So Springfield, you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Do not wait till you see her here. This is a dangerous situation happening right now. Apparently we have a tornado on the ground. I don't see it. That is coming from a personal standpoint. I personally don't see it. So, right there is your tornado. It is going to go over Battlefield Road here soon. Let's go ahead and get a storm track on those storm motion for morning. This is going to be moving to Grand Street in 15 minutes. Again, Grand Street in 15 minutes. Springfield hashtag MOWX live now. Again, that's your current tornado on the ground. I'm gonna be honest, I don't see it. I mean, I agree with the tornado warning, but I don't see the tornado. So, again, downtown Springfield, you need to be in a safe place. This does not, again, this does not include your airport there in Springfield. But this does include downtown from Callaway to Battlefield. Again, this is a very small tornado warning. So, this definitely takes over priorities. This is a good opportunity to bring in weather-wise. So this is obviously going to lag because I don't have a good computer. This is currently on Lindenberg Street and West Cherokee Street, going towards East Sunshine Street right now. So that is your kind of look there. That's kind of where we're looking at this tornado that is currently on the ground doing damage in Springfield. In South Springfield. This is moving towards downtown Springfield as well. How long does this tornado warning go till? 7:15. Alright, while we're at a point where we can to Bismarck, and we're starting to watch this congeal into a line, and this is where we see that damaging wind threat come into play. Back to Springfield, Missouri. I'm having issue with this warning. So this is Greene County. It is an observed tornado by radar. I do want to go ahead and... I do want to read the SPC Outlook, a portion of it today for you guys. And sorry guys, we're dealing with 2 threats today. So we have minimal failure modes for today. It wouldn't surprise me at 8 p.m. if we have the bow echo going. We get the categorical upgrade. It would not surprise me today. So we have downgraded to a regular tornado warning. This is still a tornado warning. That does not mean come out of your shelter. That means stay in your shelter. But they are downgrading from an observed tornado, which I think is the right call here. With this, I do also want to mention, this is tornado warning we're watching. We will also be live Tuesday with a probable... However, it looks like we will see a moderate risk with that for tornadoes. I want to read this last portion of this paragraph. Unfavorable, hold on. The steep lapse rates aloft, unfavorable wind profiles near and northeast of the surface low may conditionally favor stronger tornadoes. However, given the setup is 3 days out, will maintain enhanced risk with SIG 1 due to uncertainties. The wording, there appears to be minimal failure mode for the triple point warrant. So that's a lot of confidence. And we will be covering the Canadian portion of that as well. We do have our first destructive severe thunderstorm warning of the night. Let's go to South Dakota. And this is hail driven with 70 mile per hour wind gusts possible. This is a destructive storm for Redig and Slam Buddies. This is where we're indicating hail of 3.2 inches. This is a radar estimate looking at 8,000 feet. So it may not be that big, but it is warned for 3-inch hail, which is really big. And with 70 mile per hour winds, that is destructive. Really destructive. Alright, let's go back to our tornado warning in Greene County, Missouri. I do expect them to cancel this around 7:10 Central. And we're not going to focus on this tornado warning as much. I think what I want to do is take a dual window here. So I did not have time to fully set this window up, or not. No, I forgot about that. I did not fully have time to set that window up. Sorry, that is what we call sawdust. We've been working in my room. I'm getting ready to... So, we're monitoring this tornado warning, but I do want to have a new tornado warning issued here for Spokane. So this is a legitimate warning now. And do we have any sky cams in Springfield? I should be smart enough to look, because it is a very populated town. So I should be smart enough to look, but I'm not. I cannot believe this is real. Where's West Plains? Isn't West Plains up here? Where's West Plains? I'm having a hard time believing that is real. Um, I'm sure I'm not in the right place. Yeah, I'm not. Springfield, Mo. Skycams. It brings me to KY3. This is exiting your warning now. So we're gonna maintain this, where we do have a debris signature. We have a tornado on the ground. I'm stuck in my ways. So, we do have an observed tornado here with radar confirming low precip tornado. We are still going to be covering these damaging. Let's go to Bismarck radar, where we do have a funnel cloud reported. Elephant trunk funnel halfway to the ground, 4 miles to my southwest. That was as of 7 minutes ago. That would be with this cell near Grassy Boot. But we do have an ongoing tornado right here. Let me redraw that. Right here you may be asking, what is this? That is clean air. That is not a tornado. But if we look here, this matches up with your velocity. You can see the green on the red. That's where your tornadic rotation is. Green's moving, going up. Red's going down. And that's moving towards and away from radar. So reds are you're moving away. Greens are you're moving towards. And this does match up with a low precipitation supercell. I call this a mini supercell. I have every right to. It's only 40,000 foot up. And so with the combination of that, I have this called potential tornadic debris signature. It's an algorithm that is in GR2 Analyst. And it kind of thinks, hey, we have that tornado here. Looking at normalized rotation, National Weather Service has observed it. So, we do officially have that from the National Weather Service stating, hey, this is on the ground. But, this is normalized rotation. It goes we do have the -1.5 all the way to 3. 3 being really intense. When you start getting to the 3s and the 4s, so 4 is not actually shown, but when you get into 3, 4s, 5s, I've seen it go to 5 one time in my life. One time. It was an old event, but it went to 5. That was April 27th, 2011. It has never happened since, and it's not happening now. That's not what I'm saying. So your tornado looks to have lifted. Sorry, I have a mosquito bite. Mosquitoes love to bite me. So, Highlandville, you guys need to be near a safe place, as well as getting ready in Ozark and Sparta. You guys want to be preparing to be near a safe place, as this is currently on the ground, or was just on the ground. Let's get a storm track here. And then we're going to take a look at Springfield one last time. Where we also have a wouldn't surprise me if they continue this for North Springfield, though. Tristan Butery. There's your new tornado warning, by the way. Fairgrove and Stafford. You guys are now in this tornado warning. Let's get a storm track. Fairgrove in 30 minutes. So if you are in Fairgrove, you need to go ahead and be preparing for your tornado threat here. Stafford in about 15 minutes if it makes a turn. So if it were to make a drastic turn right and kind of follow Interstate 44 here, that's where it would head, but I don't think it will take that drastic turn. I think it'll head more toward, it'll kind of go a little bit more north towards Fairgrove. And that's what we think And that's what the National Weather Service thinks here about this tornado warning. So we're at 3 tornado warnings. If you're just tuning in, we do have a tornado warning for downtown Springfield, as we do have had a tornado on the ground briefly. That was confirmed by radar. So again, brief tornado confirmed by radar. And we're here with also a flash flood warning. But let's zoom in here where we do have this confirmed tornado. I have belief that it is no longer on the ground. And this is that secondary area I was really talking about. We're going to pull this up on the WeatherWise app. Weatherfront, excuse me. This is actually where your main tornado threat is today. So kind of Fayetteville to Harrison, Branson, Monette, Joplin, Pittsburgh, Bolivar, and Springfield. It's in the Springfield. So far, this has confirmed. We're also watching this area here in Oklahoma for development late tonight as well. So I do not believe this is on the ground anymore. Literally, this warning just flipped. That's what that is. So there you go. That's your tornado warning. So Springfield East, North Springfield, Springfield East and North. You guys are under this tornado warning. Let's take a look here. Probably in about 3 radar scans, we can clear Springfield. Back here where we do have this, again, congealing line where we're really watching closely. We also have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. If we go to South Dakota, we do again have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with 3.24 inch hail, 3.58 inch hail being recognized. So this is a supercell. Oh, we almost had a major mistake there. That would have ended the stream. And we do see these strong winds coming from this. And this is our threat as well. I want to take a look at WAFs, which is warned on forecast system. Let's go to this radar, where we do have 2 tornado warnings. One had a tornado moments ago, but what does WAFs think will occur coming through the night? So this is what WAFs thinks about our forecast today. This is at 9 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. This is at 9, and this is at 10. Yes. And multiple WAFs members are showing different, but they all do kind of show the same area. And where we have winds greater than 15 knots. So we're probably going to be live till about 11, 12 a.m. 11 p.m., 12 a.m. Mountain Daylight Time. My water was not working today, so we have orange juice and ice. Perks of being a weatherman. Come back up here where we really had a pronounced here. A pronounced took moments ago, but we're not really seeing that much right now from this storm. So Stafford, stay in your safe place, as well as Fair Grove, North Springfield. If you are north of Interstate 44, between State Highway 13 and Webster County. So State Highway 13 and Webster County, you need to be in your trail safe place, especially if you are in this red polygon. And they did downgrade to a regular tornado warning on this, which is not this storm. Sorry. This tornado warning down here, Highlandville, you guys need to stay in your safe place for about 3-4 minutes. We are watching this area here. Green's moving towards. Let's zoom in tight. We don't do this often. We don't have any towns here, so I want to take a really tight zoom here. So here's our tight zoom. Green's moving towards, and red's moving away. So when you have that, you have what we call rotation. And so that's where you're looking at your tornadic rotation. I wish I could draw. Let me retry this. Again, broadened out, but I can still use. And so right there's your tornadic rotation. And so that's what we're looking at here, and that was really good there. So what I like about GR2 Analyst is you can zoom in like that. Let's go ahead and take a look at that destructive severe thunderstorm warning in South Dakota, where we do have a reportable wall cloud. Again, this is a supercell. And move to North Dakota here, where we're starting to see hail threat really. What sucks about this is we really don't have good radar in this area. This is a radar hole. We need a radar directly in Sidney, Montana. Yes, Montana. Or Baker. That'd actually be better. Beach would be perfect. Cover all that. We'd be good. Petition to put Beach radar in. Boom. So I also have this radar up, which I'm going to go ahead and remove because we do not need that radar anymore. Back to the Springfield storms. We might get another tornado warning right there. I wouldn't be surprised if both of these tornado warnings expire in 5 to 10 minutes. Springfield's becoming more rainy than anything. But what's good about that is we're going to be leaving the radar site. So when we leave the radar site, our data deteriorates really close to the radar. Really close to the radar, which can be good. When you're really close to the radar, you can see debris being lofted 200 feet in the air. You can see that. But weak tornadoes do loft debris a little bit higher. The perfect, in my opinion, is around 1,000 feet from the radar. That really works really well. Or where you can see these mesoscale features like this. So we're watching multiple areas today. Multiple tornadic rotations too. Alright, Springfield, you guys come out of your tornado safe place. Your tornado threat has currently passed you. If you are south of Interstate 44, you guys come out of your safe place. That is a state highway going to Fairgrove. and it's not showing up. That's what sucks about JR. It doesn't show everything. There you go. It just confirmed what I said. Alright, what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn off my AC because I'm really cold. Well, I've turned it on again shortly, but I'm cold enough. And that'll remove some of the background noise for you guys so you guys have a good stream. Be right back. There we go. So, we only have 2 tornado warnings right now, which is really good. Alright, let's move back to Dakota, which is our main threat today. Again, I want to stress, we will be focusing more on North and South Dakota. And I know it's on my Twitter, I just can't remember where it's at. We will be possibly incorporating Canadians. Should be in my likes. Canada weather. Definitely not the best. But this velocity reminds me of so wind 110 to 129 kilometers an hour, and then 7-kilometer hail. So that's baseball sized or greater. And what we call a red warning tornado. We're not going to pay attention to Canada as much. Now, if you were to ask me a long time ago, I'd probably say yeah, but we're focused on the U.S. We're watching these considerable Severe thunderstorm warnings. What is B? Knox. So we're now in our moderate risk in terms of alerts. So here's where we're at right now. We're kind of halfway through this moderate risk. I do think they... But the severe thunderstorm warning down here is 70-mile-per-hour wind. So this is, again, where we've been talking about recently. So once again, let's get to our tornado warnings. I'm going to bring them both into radar view. I do think both of them expire. We might see another one for Chadwick towards Sparta. That's a new, yeah. So that's your new tornado warning for Ozark and Sparta, actually. I don't see that tornado warning really panning out right now. Again, just because I don't think a tornado warning will pan out doesn't mean to take it any less serious, because, again, National Weather Service... So, this tornado warning, let's get to our northern one. Again, I do expect to expire. Fallon! I didn't think you were alive. So, with this storm here, we do have, again, broad rotation. It's really, really broad, to the point where it shouldn't be tornado warned. Right there. This is on the east side of State Highway 13. Let's go ahead and turn on road signs. There you go. US 63. 65, excuse me. That is a horrible butcher. And then down here on the Ozark tornado warning. So this did, again, have a brief tornado back early in its life. And we have multiple areas of rotation along with this. We have one just to the west of Chadwick. And a very broad one on the south side of Missouri Highway 14. You spelled it right, except you added 4 additional Y's. So that's your 2 areas of rotation at this time. Alright, let's throw it back to North Dakota. South Dakota, excuse me. We'll go to North Dakota in just a second. Where we have this very destructive storm. Currently with 2.75 inch hail heading towards Sorham and Prairie City. Prairie City, you need to be away from windows. I'd be in an interior room. Kind of have a helmet with you, because this is hail that goes through roofs. This goes through roofs and floors. We're also looking at 70-mile-per-hour wind with it, which will also feed it through windows and outer walls. Which is why during these storms we do say innermost center part of your house. Once we start getting to your 80s and 90-mile-per-hour winds, that's where you're going to want to be in a tornado-safe place. But we're at 70. At 6:29, a severe thunderstorm was located 4 miles southwest of Slim Betty's, or 25 miles southeast of Buffalo, moving east at 35. So we have, looking at 8,000 feet, moving towards Prairie City in about 15 minutes. This severe thunderstorm warning does go for the next 20 minutes until 7 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. Alright, now let's go to our main show in North Dakota, where we're starting to watch the bow echo start shaping place here on the southern side of your state, southwestern. So these two severe thunderstorm warnings for Beach, Galva, New England, Rugrant, Mott, Dickinson, and Hettinge is now for 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts and ping pong ball sized hail. Of course, being radar indicated. This is a dangerous situation here as well. Alright, let's go to Missouri, where we do only have one tornado warning. And that's this Ozarks storm. Springfield, Stafford and Fairgrove, you guys come into your tornado safe place now. They have dropped your tornado warning. Watching this area really closely, it doesn't have much rotation in it. And we're looking really close at the radar, so we'll be able to see this. And on your northern cells, coming towards Minot, these are 70-mile-per-hour winds and 1.75-inch hail. So this is, again, a dangerous storm. Sorry, I've got something I gotta do real quick. I'm going to turn my light down just a bit. That way I'm still visible. So, we're not paying much attention to our tornado warnings. Yes, we do have a tornado warning. That's why you see our tornado warning graphic. We would be in destructive severe thunderstorm warning mode. Not anymore. We do have an update for your destructive severe thunderstorm warning. We have downgraded here to 1.5-inch hail, which is really good. Radar is still picking up on 2-inch hail potential, but not like we were. And 70 mile per hour winds or 60 knots. So, one thing I've kind of learned is not mile per hour conversion. I kind of know only 52 knots is 60 mile per hour, 60 knots is 70 mile per hour, and 68, I think, knots is 80 mile per hour. I'll know it because it'll be destructive and it'll have whatever. Alright, let's go to our tornado warning. Our only tornado warning in the whole country. We do have some Canadian tornado warnings. However, those are currently out of what I view. I don't have the computer to view it, or we'd be covering Canadian storms as well. This tornado warning expires here at about 7 p.m. and I do expect them to expire it just a little bit earlier. I need to set this clock really quickly, sorry. Messed up there. There you go. The tornado warning is now expired, so we will bring our attention here to North and South Dakotas, where we're now watching these areas for damaging wind. So all my clocks are set. So I have one in Central Time, which is on this side of me, and then my UTC time is on this side. So again, we are tornado warning list at this time. I want to bring this out really quickly. The storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits and no longer appears capable of producing a tornado. Therefore, the warning has canceled. A tornado watch remains in effect here until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I also want to check weather model. I think 0Z is about to come in. Which I'm waiting on 0Z. So, I personally may be going out tonight. Pretty soon, actually. At around 4Z or 11. Kind of depends on how things evolve here at my local area. I'm under a tornado threat. And, my weather office had a very nasty hiccup. That's beside the point. Has me in a tornado threat where I do need to probably be kind of chasing or just out spotting. It'll be at night, obviously. It sucks. My local community comes first. Um, so we are not 21, but I am watching an area here south of Sparta that will be bringing in a new tornado warning here shortly. That was one of the reasons why I was personally hesitating. There it is, by the way. There's your tornado warning. So Rogersville, Fordland, Diggins, and Seymour, Rogersville. You guys need to go ahead and be near Trace Place again. So, sorry, I'm currently in contact. I fear we're on the ground. I'm gonna wait for velocity. But I think we have a tornado on the ground at this time. Tornado on the ground. So there we go. We have a tornado on the ground. On the west side of Sparta. Looks like a few areas have been impacted by this tornado. And that's why we're monitoring. That's why we're looking at this storm here, is because we do have this tornado now on the ground here as of our latest radar scan. So we're looking here on the west side of Sparta where we do have this tornado on the ground doing damage. We're going to wait on another radar scan here. But this is, again, another... So today we're seeing these storms kind of pop up, really start rotating fast. That's what we have shear. But they will die really fast too. So again, we have another tornado warning. I'm kind of looking down this line too. Oh, let's wait on a new correlation coefficient. So this is correlation coefficient. Your tornado is right here. And I know some of you guys will ask, because this is a very valid question that I had when I first started learning about tornado debris signatures on correlation coefficient and how to tell them from clean air like this. There's your observed warning. So this is clean air. This has nothing to do with tornado. It's just clean air. Your tornado is directly west of Sparta. And it's the same way with this here. This is clean air. But you'll kind of see, that's still on the ground. But you'll kind of see, this doesn't look like much. So what you have to do, I want to tightly zoom into this, is combine. Okay, we're looking at correlation coefficient. Here's where we have a debris ball, or a lowered spot of CC. Does it match up with velocity? Yes, you can see this uniform gate to gate. Very uniform here. Does it match with reflectivity? Yes. Okay, you have a tornado. Normalized rotation helps too. You're starting to see that green, which is 1 to 1.5. And here's another tool that I use, which is potential tornadic debris signature. We may have a... It is still on the ground doing damage right now. That is your tornado right now. So this is probably our longest lasting tornado that we have covered here. Yeehaw, cowboy. And so again, another example here that we can use to teach you to differentiate this stuff, because there's more free websites out there. You have free websites so Sorry about that, everyone. So again, we're still looking at this tornado. And we have all of our tools at use here. We do have kind of lowered ZDR here. I'm still learning this product, so I'm not as fluent. We had that lowered ZDR there. And again, you again have lowered ZDR there. And if we match that, we'd see that tornadic rotation. We see that tornado debris. Your rotation is not as uniform as it once was. And so we're still tracking this right here. Load it up. So again, we're not seeing that uniformity that we typically see. Sorry, I was doing some editing with that. This is our uniformity, though. We do have some uniformity literally just right in the center of that. And that's what we're watching right here. We still have that tornadic debris signature. I'm not sure it's on the ground at this time. I'm starting to think we may have lifted here. I am waiting for the SPC day 1. Again, we are waiting with a new tornado warning. And I'm pretty sure this is on our previously warned. Nope, that rotation. So we have a new tornado warning. Try and look at weather model. So we did maintain moderate risk status here. So we're really watching. I did not think I still had this open. That would have been lovely to know. Okay, this hasn't updated yet. We'll pull that up when it updates. Coming back south, yeah, your tornado has lifted. I'm going to place marker here. And the storm motion for marker. It's a lot better than what the NWS give us. So your moderate risk has kind of shrunk. I'm just barely in a severe weather risk now, so. Radar confirmed tornado trees down on road. Let's get to our Dakotas here, where we're really starting to watch, again, really closely. We do have a new SPC outlook that we are waiting on to load here. Excuse me, guys. Sorry about that. Again, we are watching multiple areas here. This right here is your primary threat for severe weather. This is the reason we're live right now. I had hesitations going live because of my tornado threat today, because it is low, but my community comes before anything else right now. And I'll be moving about an hour away. I'll still be chasing this area like crazy. This is because this is the one area that I know all the roads. I know what roads to take. Honestly, a messy storm mode, so I'm kind of surprised. I want to pull up WAFs on my side screen. So again, WAFs is warned on forecast. It's a model that is not always running. It does not run 24/7. I am personally surprised at the continuance here of the moderate risk. But we continue here. So coming back to our tornado warnings here, this one didn't pan off and produce as fast as that southern one did. I do want to make that point here, which is really good. We've seen 1, 2, 3 tornado warnings, 3 observed tornadoes. Our first one was here, so that's our first. This is our second. One more, and we may well, I think we verified well in the 5%. So, we're still watching this area. That occluded. Notice how its movement has generally been that, and then it just... So that's what we call an occlusion. So it's suffocating, it's going to die off, and I do expect another hook. But with that in play, I think we are going to leave this. It's not what I want to do. I want to remove storm track. Just like that. And come back up here. Let's get a storm track here. This is going towards Conway in 30 minutes. So again, if this can sustain, and as of what these storms are doing, they go up, they rotate to produce a tornado, they die off. That's kind of what we're seeing. We've seen, I think, one rotation that really kind of lasted a while, and that was what associated with the South Springfield tornado, which I'm not sure was on the ground, but so that's the only rotational signature that really kind of long tracked, if you will. Long tracked for the day. Long tracked is over 30 something miles. But longer tracked for the day. That's what I'm trying to say. Alright, let's go back to where our main threat is in the Dakotas, where we're watching, again, 71 mile per hour wind, a 10 meter measured wind gust at Indon, or NDAWN, Station 4, North Holiday, North Dakota. Excuse me. And that was as of 5 minutes ago. So, no, 8 minutes ago, 7? Sorry, I'm not good with time conversions. I can do anything but time conversions well. And we're watching this where we do have 70 mile per hour winds. So we're seeing the bow echo really starting to take shape here. Kind of low precipitation bow echo. They did drop the observe tag on the tornado warning, which is really good news. It's kind of what I thought. That's why I'm able to look up here at this. Alright, we should have the new SPC, Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook. And that we do. Okay, this is from Weatherfront. Really good app. You guys need to test it out. app.weatherfront.com. So this is your new moderate risk here. Again, it trims Baker out, it trims Miles City out. This is now so this is now for Bowman, Buffalo, Mott, Dickinson, Washburn, and Minot, North and South Dakotas. The reason we have this, I'm not going to go over the back portion of this. Actually, I am, on the off chance those do anything. But your moderate risk here is driven by this pink area. This pink area is a 45% wind risk SIG 2. So this is a 45 SIG 2, a Boeco. SIG 3 would be for a derecho, which we're not going to see tonight, kind of based off of how everything is going. So, this area here is under it and will continue to be under it here. And so let's go back here where we go to our orange. Our orange here is what we call an enhanced risk, or a 3 out of 5. This goes from Bismarck, North Dakota to the North Dakota-Montana line. We're just going to call it that. And it goes from Lehman, South Dakota to the border of Canada. Canada has an extreme risk out, the first one in 8 years. We don't cover Canada. There are storm chasers in Canada covering that. I know we have tornado warnings. We'll get to those in just a second. Don't worry. So your tornado threat is low. I just want to get this out of the way. Low here. But your main reason for the enhanced risk, again, is your wind. We see this area of red. That is the same area. Williston, Portal, Sherwood, Rugby, Bismarck, Lehman. Those areas here are in that enhanced risk. And this is what we call a SIG 1. Never knew that about weatherfront. That's really cool. So this right here, SIG 1, this goes from Plentywood, Glendive, Baker, Ekalaka, Broadus, all the way to Bismarck, Rugby, Lehman, Sherwood, and Portal, Williston areas. And your enhanced risk is there. Alright, moving off, we have a much larger yellow here. This yellow is a slight risk, or 2 out of 5. You will see the locations up there that it's not fully updated for this, but that does not, it's up to date. So we kind of zoom out. Rapid City, Gillette, Miles City, Plentywood, Devil's Lake, Carrington, Linton, Mob Ridge, Dupier, Sherwood, Buffalo. We see these areas here and the slight risk, and this is for 2 reasons. Your wind, which again we have called out in the black shaded, or the black dashed, which is what we call SIG 1, but this area here, and then we also have this area from Dickinson, from the border of North Dakota and Canada, between Williston, Rugby, all the way down to Gillette, Rapid City. And that's what we're looking at here in this black. So this is greater than 2-inch hail. And then your yellow here is 15. We also have a secondary area which we have been watching, which is where we have currently 2 tornado warnings. This yellow here, there's no hail. Your wind threat is really low, but your threat is for tornadoes east of Springfield, south of Columbia. That's where your greatest threat here is. With this new update, Lebanon, and we have seen it kind of trimmed back. It was more into Tulsa, Bartlesville, Okmulgee. Now we've kind of seen it trim back from Muskogee, Cherokee County, Wagner, Stillwell, Prairie Creek, Veneta, Miami areas. So that is your update. Let's go to our tornado warnings here. Where we do have a tornado on the ground. Going towards Fordland. That's what it looks like here, as we have a tornado on the ground. So yeah, you can see that occlusion happen, and then your new meso takes over here. Want to see another correlation coefficient drop before I call that a tornado. And then we have this area of rotation right here to the southwest of Elkland. I'm circling here. And this is moving towards Conway area. But again, let's go back south here where we're watching a tornado on the ground doing damage right now. Sorry. It's doing damage right now. And this is noted by this area of color that is not normal. So we see all that red around it. I've already explained correlation coefficient. 0 to 1. 0 not correlating at all. 1 full correlation. So the closer you get to 0, the more likely it is of a tornado. But I do want to kind of bring this. So we're going to do a very tight zoom on this area. That's not our best example. Yeah. Okay, so we see this correlation coefficient drop. We're like, I wonder if it's a tornado. Well, here's how you can tell between a tornado and clean air. Okay, we have normalized rotation, which you guys don't really need access to be able to tell. But, okay, this is velocity. Green's moving towards radar, red's moving away. Red's moving away, green's moving towards. Our rotation is uniform, so it's like this. Your green's on top, red's on bottom, and it's not jagged like this, kind of. Okay, it meets up with reflectivity. Sometimes it's going to be hard to tell that you have a tornado just based off of reflectivity. I've done that before, and you shouldn't, because sometimes there's not. And then I use an algorithm called potential tornadic debris signature, and that is showing. So it did lift temporarily. And we're watching right here. This is where my main threat comes from in this area, where we have another 70-mile-per-hour wind gust by a trained spotter, thunderstorm winds, and Mott. And we do have hail kind of in this area as well. So we're watching these congeal. That's why we have our enhanced risk. I'm going to move this to TSA radar so we can monitor development in Oklahoma. I just want to monitor thunderstorm development in Oklahoma. So we're still flash flood warned in downtown Springfield for 4 hours and 50 minutes. I was out flash flood chasing yesterday. I do not expect this flash flood warning to continue much longer. Same way with here. Okay, there it is. EM reports flash flooding West Plains. Ooh, we got a very legendary lineup on my music. Sorry, I have stream music at all times because that helps me concentrate on this. I have ADHD, so music is the reason we stream as we do. Y'all see me talking about basketball. Oh. We don't have basketball. Good. Your tornado has lifted. We do have flood and water over road. That does not help us when determining flooding here. Thank you for the report, though. That is amazing. I'm gonna remove marker. And there's your new tornado warning, which I wasn't expecting this. The tornado warning expires in 3 minutes. Okay, that makes sense. Marshfield, Northview, you guys are now under a tornado warning for the next 47 minutes until 9:15. Again, while we do have this tornado threat, we're monitoring this line, and this line is where we're going to have our very significant wind issue in the Dakotas here as it comes towards Minot. Let's go and take Bismarck radar as well. And we're starting to see the congealment here. So this will become a bow echo. I do not expect it to become a derecho at all. Again, I do not expect derecho formation. We might attempt derecho, but I don't expect. Okay, sorry guys. I am also looking at my local area too. We do have a, we don't really have many reports right now, which is really good from the area. We do have 71 mile per hour winds, but now let's move to our tornado warning where we did downgrade. A big tornado warning here. That's what I thought was just issued. Might be getting me in a storm chase on day 5. What is day 5? Thursday. I am really not fond of that track. I do expect them to... Lebanon, you guys are under a tornado warning. Definitely kind of surprised by this. Sorry, what I do. Thank God that didn't have anything in it. So that is your tornadic rotation currently. Alright, so monitoring this, Elkland, Charity. You guys come out of your tornado safe place. Alright, let's move back to Dakota, where we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80 mile per hour. As we currently have right now, we will be bringing this view up. Where we do have these two tornado warnings. So this is a view that we don't use too often. Let go. This should have already updated too. Sorry, those need refreshed every so often to work. There we go. It just needed a little help. So we're really in this view because of the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is your main threat right here that we're watching. I want to make sure it looks good for you guys. I'm just going to kind of look at this on my phone really quickly. because we haven't had time to test this. Actually, this screen right here was made not too long ago. Looks good. Really, it does look good. Okay. I'm going to turn my mic up just a little bit. There we go. Okay. So we do have that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. But I do want to bring us to this radar here where we're watching this whole line. Not just that. This is a bow echo possible derecho. You know, that we are watching unfold live for you guys. So, we have a new tornado warning here on the border of Canada. So this is your new tornado warning. We'll get back to Lebanon in just a minute. We will get to Lebanon, Missouri in just a minute. Noonan, you need to be in your safe place. This tornado warning does go until 9:15 p.m. Central Day, 9:15 Mountain Daylight Time. 9:15 Central Daylight Time. Excuse me. Sorry, I was trying to convert. And that's your tornadic rotation higher up in the atmosphere. We're looking at about 10,000 feet. So it's going to be more elongated. Let's go ahead and get a storm track. This is moving east at 45, east-northeast. Noonan in about 20 minutes. So, Noonan, you need to be in your shelter now. Innermost center part of your house in a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors or in a mobile home, find somewhere you can take shelter in a substantial building. If you do not have a substantial shelter, well, something I can say, this is your last resort. Right now, there's not a tornado on the ground, and the storm isn't too close. If we do confirm a tornado, get into a ditch. A ditch is the best place to kind of view that. I want to bring this to this view here as well. So we're kind of watching this area. Again, let's go ahead and bring in our Bismarck radar, where we, again, do have this destructive 85 mile per hour measured winds using wind sensor. We're at 85. This is an extremely dangerous situation. This will likely take over a lot of our comms. Alright, let's go ahead and move to Springfield radar, where we're watching this tornadic rotation heading towards Lebanon. It is weak. It is really weak. I cannot stress that enough. Which is why we're able to go through and look at North Dakota, which will go ahead and start taking over priority for us. I want to bring us nothing in Oklahoma thus far. I'm watching this rotation in Fordland as well. I'll be right back. I gotta get a charge. I'll be right Sorry about that, everyone. So we have this new tornado warning as well. We're going to watch that for tornado development. So this is the point where we're going to be going to Dakota a lot. So this is a destructive damage threat thunderstorm. Or a destructive threat of damage in this thunderstorm. These are destructive storms for Dickinson, Richardson, and Hebron. This is, we're going to bring this over here, until 8:15 Mountain Daylight Time, 9:15 Central Daylight Time. So 30 minutes for this severe thunderstorm warning here. But we're coming back to our tornado warnings, where we have 3 tornado warnings here in Missouri. And then we'll go back to that northern tornado warning just shortly. So again, weak rotation currently near Phillipsburg. We are watching this really closely as well. It's another area to be really close on. I just got asked on Twitter, would I be in North Dakota or Canada? A lot of people are in Canada because of the higher tornado risk. I would personally be in North Dakota covering the derecho, this risk here. Or I'd be in Missouri. Realistically, Missouri, because it's closer. We do have a wind gust of 66. So we're seeing multiple areas in here. We have 85, 66. We're seeing things here. We're seeing multiple areas. I just want to get an update here on Canadian tornado warnings on my phone really quickly. Alright, let's go to our tornado warning up here in North Dakota. Weak rotation. Not really too uniform either. Canadian tornado warnings with no tornado. Okay, sorry. We do have one tornado warning in Canada with no storm. We do have a 74-mile-per-hour wind gust from this storm as well. So on top of that, we're seeing a lot of wind with this. Woo-hoo-hoo. Golf ball size tail by Thomas. And tennis ball size. So these storms up here in Canada are dropping hail like crazy. Insane view for Canada. I like the fact that it has Canadian town names. Just a few. I think I saw like one right. Yeah. No radar reaches this on GR2. That is crazy. And no, we're not usually covering. Canada tornado warnings just kind of surprised me every single time. All right, let's get back to Lebanon, Springfield here. We do have a... I am surprised. We personally don't... Woohoo! That's going to be something to watch to drop a tornado here at any point. Going to be watching that really closely. Definitely a very scary radar signature starting to show up there. And then all these other signatures are weak. We still have one. It's just highly ununiform, and I say is not rotation right there. I'm sure that's why they still have it warned, but... Canada's tornado warnings are crazy. Right here, I just don't see that being tornadic at this time. We are watching a tornado on the ground. Oh, that's the deepest CC we've seen today. Here we go, 20. That is your tornado right there. It matches up with everything. Matches up that, matches up with normalized rotation, velocity, reflectivity. We have a small ZDR lowering. That's a tornado. So again, an observed tornado. Going to be crossing State Highway 14, Missouri State Highway 14 here in the next few minutes. So please be in your safe place. Excuse me. So we're seeing 70. I haven't heard this song in so long. And so we're seeing along this line 70 to 80 mile per hour wind reports. Well, we have a tornado warning. I understand. I'm going to be honest, as we get towards these higher populations, that kind of takes priorities. This is, again, the main threat today as to why we're live. And we'll be doing this multiple days this week. I will have a video sometime later next week talking about this, probably Monday. And we will try to upload Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Strong tornado. That's a strong tornado. So So we're going to watch this tornado really closely too. We need that radar update here. We need that radar update. And let's go back to Dakota here. We're again watching 69-mile-per-hour wind gust report here. This destructive severe thunderstorm warning, I do think, will be allowed to expire. Something really cool. Back here is two hooks. I'm going to draw this a little bit better. Dinosaur. I'm sorry. So we're watching this area. I want to take it to WAFs. So my state just unbanned bottle rockets. So if you guys see me with a hand no longer, ignore. Alright, let's move back to Missouri where we do have two observed. Or we have an observed, excuse me. But let's go back to Missouri, North Dakota, where we do have an observed tornado here. Law enforce. Okay, that discredits it automatically. I'm joking. It is a tornado warning. You need to be in a safe place. This is now observed by law enforcement. Which law enforcement has a reputation. So we're watching two observed tornado warnings. One in Missouri for Douglas, Webster, and Wright counties. That goes until 9:30. And this tornado warning also goes until 9:30 Central Daylight Time. It is currently June 7th. It is Sunday. We have today, Tuesday, Wednesday, and a possible stream Thursday. So beware, we will be streaming a lot this week. I'm going to be working another computer I have. We're not going to be able to use this radar software that I have right now, which is so unfortunate. But that's what I thought. But we will be trying to use Weatherfront. It'll be the same for you guys as well. I just have to kind of transport a few things back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Ring light situation is going to change as well. You guys, a lot of stuff is going to change for our setup. I see in the dark. Alright, let's move back to Missouri where we have a tornado warning galore. Why is that? I'm sorry, I'm not. Rotation here does not require this. I don't understand. I'm going to bring this to a Discord server I have that I'm in. Kind of ask about this. I think I know the answer, but a Discord server is where I learn about meteorology. And so if I have a question or something like this, like why? And they probably won't be able to answer it. Well, that's okay. And nothing going off in Oklahoma. Coming back, we do not have that destructive severe thunderstorm warning again. It expired. Excuse me. I'm pretty sure it expired at 9. But we're going to be watching this whole line. We're starting to see it congeal here. And this is where your damaging wind threat really starts to come in. We could see 100 mile per hour. We may see 80, 90 mile per hour. Again, I do want to bring in... That's broken. I want to bring in weather front. Again, I love weather front. I'm sorry. Not weather front. I'm going to bring in my Facebook. Here we go. This is your severe thunderstorm watch. This is what we call a particularly dangerous situation tornado severe thunderstorm watch. This has been trimmed significantly, so I guess I will bring in weather front. So this is your severe thunderstorm watch, and this is where we are at right now. This is a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation severe thunderstorm watch, and this goes until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time, 10 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. So, the tornado threat, again, is low. We do have that one tornado warning here, and that it is observed. And then very low tornado EF2 plus. 60 mile per hour wind is at 90, and your 75 plus mile per hour wind is at 90. That is panned out. 1 and 2 plus inch hail is both at moderate 40 on this thunderstorm watch. A portion of it has been trimmed. But here it is. I do expect this portion to be trimmed out probably in the next 45-50 minutes. I do expect to see that kind of get trimmed. But this is kind of our new way of looking at stuff. And this will get a street level for you guys. we're gonna go to Missouri now. We had that tornado again lift here, but we're still watching it really closely. I personally don't understand this exact tornado warning here. A little bit of rotation here, but it's so broad that I don't understand the tornado warning here. Lebanon, you are continued under a tornado warning for the next 20-something minutes. Until 9:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So we're kind of focusing here where we did have a report of QLCS tornado. I do not believe in report. I do believe it was straight line wind. And this right here kind of solidifies my thoughts. That is your outflow boundary. So ahead of this boundary, near winds are calm, but behind it, you're starting to see the strong wind from these storms. Which is what we're watching here. Is behind this. So in front, this is coming towards Bismarck as well. And so even if you're in Bismarck, you're not under a warning yet. But we're watching you really closely. I wouldn't be surprised to see the PDS watch kind of get its I do kind of expect this watch to kind of get extended for a longer period. Alright, I gotta go relay some information really quickly. I've got some news that I'm gonna relay to some people. I'll be right back in about a minute. Sorry about that, everyone. Let's get back to our tornado warnings here in Missouri. Where... Sure. Watching an area right here of rotation matches up with reflectivity. Again, that just looks like regular wind. So this is our primary wind threat here. Sorry about that, everyone. So I had to bring that back into view. We're watching this northern side. It's not really too significant at this time, but we did again have a 76 mile per hour wind gust recorded on the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network observation. Tree damage in the town, and that was 2 minutes ago here. That's what we call a local storm report. Sorry about that. I had something on my other screen I had to read up on. Some things are happening locally that are kind of... So again, your rotation on this has died off too significantly. I do no longer have confidence in a tornado being on the ground. I haven't had for a while. So we're definitely going to keep most of our eyes in the damaging wind threat here in the northern mode, which we are watching really closely. There we are with a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Let's get back. We have an update with these tornado warnings here. The observed tornado warning has been expired, so it is gone. We are now left with these 3 tornado warnings, and the North Dakota tornado warning is also expired now. So we are left with these 3 tornado warnings, which are starting to ramp down, die off, and this is personally expected. So, excuse me. Yeah, so this is our only 3 tornado warnings in the country, and this is Missouri. I do want to go ahead and briefly play this loop here that kind of started our tornadoes for this stream today. While we're here, I want to bring in a graphic from the Storm Prediction Center. While we're looking for that, let's go to our Bismarck, South Dakota, and kind of watch evolution here. We're definitely going to watch evolution on Alright, let's go up to our other radar here, where we do have 85-mile-per-hour wind gust from the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network. Can I access real time? North Dakota Ag Network winds. There we go. I literally just want wind speeds. So they had 86 mile per hour at 2128 or 928. Sustained winds, I do want to bring this on screen just really quickly. Sustained winds are at 68 mile per hour. That is insanity. All right. I will take us back to Missouri in just a second, where we do have that tornado warning. Where we have these two tornado warnings. That this one shouldn't even be warned. Just... yeah, it should not be tornado warned. We are going to go ahead and switch our graphics here to our destructive severe thunderstorm warning. While yes, we do have a active tornado, where we have an active tornado warning, I do believe, without reasonable doubt, that we need to be covering these instead. We have downgraded the considerable here for Moha and Minot to we have downgraded from considerable to a regular tagged severe thunderstorm warning, which is really good. As you can tell, this graphic has kind of changed a little bit. I gotta feed them. I'm hungry. I gotta feed them. I think we're gonna bring this view here really quickly. We take a look here at our tornado warnings, which this is a new graphic I had been working on. This kind of gives the bigger picture. So let's say we have damaging wind. We can show things just like that. Just like that. So we have these two tornado warnings that you guys are looking at right now. And then at the bottom left of your screen, you have that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Normally, we would be in this view. However, this view is not set up properly. I've got to figure out some things for it. So, we're just going to come back to this screen here. Actually, this screen. Sorry. And we're going to watch this as we do have a 90-mile-per-hour wind gust. So we are no longer at that point. We are now at a very extremely dangerous situation. You need to be in your tornado safe place, essentially. This is that type of storm where you need to be in your safe place now. I need to redraw that. Where we do have, again, a 90-mile-per-hour wind gust coming from this area. We're going to say this, treat this as a tornado. Just point me to where the money is. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 10:15 p.m. CDT. So again, we are down to one tornado warning, and that expires in 17 minutes. So we are continuing with that. While we're here, let's take a look. This is our only tornado warning, and I do expect it to be expired here shortly. So again, treat this as if it is a tornado, because we do again have that 90 mile per hour wind gust that rolls mobile homes. That is the dangerous part of this here. And we're down to regular severe thunderstorm warnings here, which is really good. We have one considerable and this one destructive, and they just downgraded that considerable to a destructive. We do, however, have this considerable in Nebraska, which we're going to bring in our KINX radar to go to that really quickly here. This considerable severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for 1.75-inch hail that kind of went through Sydney, but we did have an 80 mile per hour wind gust. A personal weather station reported a gust of 78.1 mile per hour. So we're not out of the threat yet here. And this is our last tornado warning in the country. But coming back to Bismarck, where we have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is a regular severe thunderstorm warning. Your damage definitely... We're thankful we didn't pan out as it could have panned out. Coming towards Bismarck. We'll probably be ending around Ashley, Steele, New Rockford, Rugby, Rolla. To everyone, so... this is really cool. So, in weather-wise... Not weather-wise. I'm used to weather-wise, because that's what we've been using before. Weather front. Something really cool about it. So, I'm going to turn off alerts. Watches in specific. Four hours here. which we're going to do what we call national radar, which is really cool. So this is the MRMS multi-radar multi-sensor. So this is kind of evolution of our storms today. And where we are now. So this is a really cool view of kind of how the storms were today. We saw that destructive storm south of Buffalo. And here we are with this line of storms that extends all the way into Canada. And this includes Canadian radars too, which is really cool because you can kind of see the... Hey there, Nelson. So you can kind of see the tornadic development here in Canada as well. All right, let's go to our tornado warning again. Very broad rotation. This is going to be allowed to expire in 12 minutes or less. This is coming in from National Weather Service, actually. They are going to let this expire, but they are going to watch it for another ramp here of rotation. They do not expect a tornado warning to be issued again. Back to our destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Hey there, Nelson. We're watching this area. We did have another 82 mile per hour wind gust, so we're seeing these as they come through. 4 minutes ago, 10 meter measured wind at the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network station, 13 miles northwest of Garrison. And this is 82 mile per hour. So this is a very destructive storm. Well, that's good. Most likely saw you there too. And we're watching Max. You need to go ahead and be away from outer walls. You need to be in your innermost center part of your house, out of your mobile home. The gust of 90 mile per hour. 90 mile per hour is enough to roll mobile homes. And that's why we kind of say treat this as a tornado. Because this does collapse outer walls. Excuse me. This is a really dangerous situation. And then coming down to Bismarck here, we do have this regular severe thunderstorm warning. And we have our gust front just now arriving in Bismarck. So this is going to be bringing 60 to 65 mile per hour winds into Bismarck, Solon, and Wilton. And then later down the line towards Wing, Steele, Hazleton, Linton, and Strasburg, and Fort Yates. Coming back to our considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska. This is a supercell, but it's not going to produce a tornado. Your thermodynamics are not good for a tornado. But they are supportive of 2-inch hail in this area, which was not being forecasted. And we do have that flooding threat on I-80. Radar imagery and traffic cameras suggest combination of heavy rain and small accumulating hail. We don't really have much details other than this. And then we did have that 62 mile per hour wind gust from the personal weather station down here. Back to Rapid City. These storms are not severe. So Rapid City all the way through Bison and Buffalo, these are not severe. These are probably producing nickel quarter-size hail. And they did cancel that tornado warning about 8 minutes early, so we're going to go to that just really briefly. The storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits and no longer appears capable of producing a tornado. A tornado watch does remain in effect in this area until 10 p.m. So we are tornado warning list. There's the radar. So we're starting to see our wind here reach max. Radar about 24,000 feet showing 54 mile per hour wind, but we're seeing a much higher winds at the ground right now. We could see a realistic. Oh, that's a much better. Sorry, so this is storm relative velocity, which is good for tornadoes. This is where your damaging wind is. We are seeing indications of around 90. So we have to translate to the. Excuse me. Wow, I just lost my words. This has to translate to the ground. So 75, 80, 85, and then where you're seeing 95, that's 85 mile per hour winds translating to the ground easily at 3,000. And this is just becoming a very dangerous situation. Oh, we are still at 90 mile per hour wind gusts. So this is kind of what I look at on the side screen. 90 mile per hour wind gusts. This is an extremely dangerous situation. You don't see this in a severe thunderstorm warning. Usually seek shelter now inside an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built structure. This storm has produced widespread destructive winds and is capable of producing large hail as well. Your hail threat's not your primary threat. We're at 90 mile per hour winds observed. We did have a tornado here. Local storm report. Estimated location of a tornado. A white rope tornado came down and was on the ground for about 3 minutes, kicking up dust. We definitely missed that. A 93 mile per hour wind gust has now been reported. This is as of 4 minutes ago. So again, your translations are really coming down to the wire. You're seeing that 110 on radar at 3,000 feet. We're looking at 95 to 100 mile per hour winds being translated to the ground. And so an extremely... And this is the area that measured that 82, but now we're at 93. And that, again, in your swath that we've been talking about, looking at 100, that's where you're seeing your 90 mile per hour winds in this. Again, a very dangerous situation. So, my knot, this storm is coming towards you with 70 mile per hour winds. Again, we have this area And we're watching really closely in this destructive severe thunderstorm warning where we have consistent 85, 90, 93 mile per hour wind reports. So again, we're watching this one storm now really closely. My headphones are about to die. And I don't have backups. So again, I will say in this poll that I have to use a different color marker because of how dangerous this is. This area here is seeing over 90 mile per hour winds. Easy. We can kind of loop this here. And you'll kind of see how it really just starts becoming really big. Alright, let's move over to our Bismarck radar where we're watching the storm come into Bismarck with 60 mile per hour winds. It's not too crazy. And we're not, again, seeing... we just had a 98 mile per hour wind gust. Wow. So we're now at the point we're pushing 100 mile per hour. So, again, a very dangerous situation here. We just had an 86 mile per hour wind gust recorded in max. So again, we have seen that gust here approaching 98 mile per hour. And here's the threat we've been talking about today. Right here. Sorry guys, we're trying to get this information out to as many people as possible. This is an extremely dangerous situation here that we are watching really closely. So we're seeing that consistent 80, 90 mile per hour winds. This is coming towards close to me, not Velva. You guys are in the line of fire with this really strong bow echo here. Alright, let's go to Bismarck, where we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning now. For 70 mile per hour wind. And this is the area we're watching really closely. There's 9 minutes remaining on this. Your phones are going off right now. This is why. I do think we see the continuation of this here. I do believe we see the continuation where we again do have this extremely dangerous situation. I thought they just upgraded that to 90. So again, watching this area, and this is best noted on velocities. That is where your greatest area of wind is right now. This is coming towards Minot, Velma, Granville, Carlsue. Currently it's 86 in max. Benedict is really high as well. I'm going to try to pull this page right here. So again, 100-mile-per-hour wind is possible right now in this storm. I do expect we hit that briefly here in this storm. The Douglas, I do expect to see 90 mile to close to 100. In that area there, definitely going to be high wind. And this is the threat we've been worried about all day today. I'm about to have to switch my music over to something else. We're waiting on that new destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So, I'm sorry, I kind of blanked out for a second. Traffic cameras would be so good. ND traffic cams. Maybe if I was smart. What about max? Minot area. that's why they don't have good cameras. Weatherwise, might have something for us. So I'm surprised that they're not continuing this destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Realistically. There it is. And this is going to be for 80 mile per hour winds. They have down increased to 80. So my knot, you guys are now in the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. We're going to be watching this as this comes to you. I wonder if we have any sky cams. My knot, North Dakota. So we're gonna watch this on my knot. This is gonna be on my side screen. Watching here. So we're going to watch this really closely. We're watching as this very destructive storm comes into the area. We're seeing this camera shake a lot. Oh, my Instagram was just hacked. What? Bro, hold up, hold up. We're just watching this camera right now as a destructive storm heads into me knot. This camera is in my knot. Where we're experiencing what probably 40-50 mile per hour wind, kind of based off this camera shaking. 20 to 30 it, but Not my choice cup, but I'm forced to work with. And sorry about that, everyone. We're just, my God. This is a bow echo, alright. Oh, I'd love to be chasing this. Get right behind it and get in that heavy wind. I'm also like someone who likes to research. So my whole goal in life is to research storms. Storms like this that we don't fully understand. My headphones are about to die. I'm about to have to turn on my AC too. The destructive storm in Minot. Okay, there we go. We have updated the, again, we're watching this really big swath here. We're watching this really big swath of damaging wind. Just to the north of Max. They don't have any good cameras in this area. And so we're watching, again, this really, really closely. As this does head toward the radar, you're seeing better indication. We're seeing 110 and range folding here. This is 90 mile per hour, 100 easily on the ground. This is easily... So I wouldn't be surprised to see this get a upgrade in itself to 100 mile per hour wind. Again, the tornado watch in Missouri has been allowed to expire. So We're going to move back to INX radar here because we're waiting for the potential storm development. Now back up here where we do have a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust in Bismarck. Sorry, we kind of forgot about you, Bismarck. This is a dangerous, dangerous storm here. And we're going to test this. I hope it doesn't extremely, like, lag out the stream and stuff, but... Alright guys, I'm going to have to turn on my AC. I'll be right back. What I'm going to do, I'm going to throw it here and here. Alright, sorry about that, everyone. I genuinely just thought I was talking on mute that whole time for this destructive warning, and I was like, oh, God. So this area, I don't want to imagine what winds are occurring here. Velocities are literally broke. I do not know. Sawyer, Velvet, Shelter now. As we haven't seen much coming from National Weather Service, which is actually really good. Really good. Alright, you get desktop audio is disengaged. And we're watching the storm too as it goes up towards Granville for the potential of 90 mile per hour. And we don't usually keep a view of velocity. We did see that PDS Severe Thunderstorm Watch get extended, by the way. So we're still at 80 as of 10/17. So we are at a point where your wind is further behind your main rain, which makes things dangerous because you think, well, by the time the rain ends, it'll be over. No, that's not always the case. The personal experience, Father's Day 2023, I think it was, I was personally not chasing that day. I was a little bit too young at that point to be chasing. I was at home. Severe thunderstorm warning considerable was issued from our location. The rain had ended, and all of a sudden, just my weather station reported about 92 mile per hour winds. Knocked out power for 21 hours. That was insane. And then to make matters worse, the county commissioner, no, it's still current county commissioner. I'm not going to name drop, because that's horrible. That'd also give away my location almost. Doesn't do what he's supposed to. My dad worked for the county for a while, so he kind of had the number to the guy. He calls him, he says, all right, we'll handle it. They call us 2 days later. Where's that tree at? We've already moved the tree. Me and my dad teamed up with our trucks. Well, with his truck. You're in Logan right now? Are you cooked? Let me find that really quickly. But that is when I really started thinking, you know, winds are not just, yeah, you need to stay sheltered, especially in Logan. Even though the rain is ending, and this is the story I was actually just telling, even though the rain ends, your damaging wind threat is behind it, mostly in this area here, and this is kind of moving off in this general direction towards Simcoe, even towards you. So yeah, I got it on Google Maps. So I do expect 90-mile-per-hour winds in this. You may not exactly see that. You may be seeing the 80, 85, but still some incredibly strong wind coming from this. And we did have report just north of Max of 86, and then going northeast of White Shield, excuse me, where we have a 98-mile-per-hour wind gust that was reported earlier. Incredibly high wind moving into Minot, probably around 70 miles per hour. I'll try to pull the webcam. We're not seeing much from it. I want to bring this on screen just for a second to show this. What I'm looking at with this is this tree right there. It's not shaking too much, so we're looking at 25, 30 sustained mile per hour winds as of right now. And as this moves more into that area, you'll see that wind increase to 65, 70. I do want to bring us to Nebraska just really briefly here. We do have these 2 severe thunderstorm warnings with 53 mile per hour winds being reported, and then penny-sized hail involved with it as well. So let's move to Bismarck, where we're seeing a considerable severe thunderstorm warning move through the area. Here's your your gust front. That starts your wind. That's your leading edge. That's the start of your wind, where your winds pick up and change directions. If you're in Steele, go outside, look to your west, and you will see a very beautiful shelf cloud. Terrain and tree and cooperative, obviously, but these provide very beautiful shelf clouds. But you're still going to be inside before it hits you. They're really beautiful. And they have trimmed that severe thunder, out of max, and they now have it for still 80-mile-per-hour winds. Watching this traffic camera again in Minot, something. It is shaking like crazy, but it is not, I'm concerned. So I'm going back to my local radar just really briefly. Kind of watching for storm development to know if I have to go out spotting or not today. Again, we do have these 4 severe thunderstorm warnings in North Dakota that extend from border to border. We may have a few areas in North Dakota that have not received a severe thunderstorm warning. That's a wind farm right there. Your winds are definitely coming down with the storm as well, so that's really good. We will have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here for Drake. We just had a 79 mile per hour wind gust, which will bring in the destructive tag here. So that will bring in a destructive tag. Back to the Minot radar here, where we still have destructive winds. And this is what storm watching is like. Children in my room, I eat up. So that's your area where we're looking at your damaging wind threat, kind of in Sawyer right now. This is where we have the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Wow, that took me way too long to get out. We have this new large severe thunderstorm warning all the way to New Rockford. Roll Rugby, McClunkey. So that's your new severe thunderstorm warning here. In many areas in this, so very small areas, we will see destructive warnings. If you're in Botany, I'm step outside and look at this. Just very briefly, look to your west and you will see a very beautiful shelf cloud. Down, count on me out, no one tall on the clouds. So this is a very intense storm. Surprising what radar indicated with this, because you have the report here of 79. And your storm will be losing steam pretty soon, probably close to Rolla, New Rockford, Carrington, Ashley. That's where I do expect it to kind of lose steam. I'm going to take a look at WAFs really quickly. Again, WAFs is what we call warn on forecast. This kind of gives us a heads up. Sometimes it's wrong, but usually it is right. And it is not ran all the time. This is only... This will be right now, which it so far looks pretty good with. This is an hour and 15 from now. 2 hours, 3, 4, and 5. We're probably only going to be live till about here. Somewhere in here. Between 11 and 12 Mountain Daylight Time or 11 and 12 Central Daylight Time. I do want to bring in the new... they have downgraded us from a destructive to a regular severe thunderstorm warning. 7, 2, 1. Okay, here we go. I do want to bring in, we do have a new alert. Not a new alert. We'll get to it in just a second. This severe thunderstorm watch has been continued until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time. So another 2 hours, 30 minutes with this one here. Again, this is a particularly dangerous situation severe thunderstorm watch. So if there's a problem, I'm a threat to all. They ain't coming close, foes in the train. Sorry about that. So this is your new severe thunderstorm watch here. Not really new. This is an extended severe thunderstorm watch that has been extended to Jamestown and Carrington and Rugby. I do not expect them to extend this past this. I do not expect to be live for the full extent of this. When we start just seeing 60s consistently for 30 minutes, that's when I will make my exit from streaming. But they did, again, continue this PDS. And what's going to be really cool, we can do 12-hour loops. So you literally get to see like the beginning of this whole event, which is really cool for people like me. I personally like to see like the radar loops of events, kind of how things progressed. Probably move it to 8 hours. 6 hours, fine. Then I want to remove the watch, so that's really cool. Alright, now we are only with these considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. We no longer have the destructive storm. Severe. We're back to our regular title. So, this kind of evolution of our warnings as we have progressed through the night. Obviously not going to have the full thing with our warnings, but this is a really good loop to kind of show. We've been focused on tornado warnings for the first half of this stream. Then we started seeing our destructive storms. That's when we started becoming focused on this portion. And here we are with a regular severe thunderstorm warning. So I can go up here and delete stuff off my Snapchat. Sorry, Snapchat is just one of those ways because I do have people added that's in this area, or I might have viewers in this area. And we only have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. So, this is our only considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in the entire country. While we have this break, let's go back to INX. We're starting to see signal of your storms firing off here in the eastern Oklahoma area, which we're watching this for, again, a small tornado threat. Nothing like we were just saying. We're watching this area here in South Dakota too, which I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing severe thunderstorm warnings for here shortly. Coming towards Timberlake, Faith, and Dupree for a wind and hail threat here. Not too much on your wind aspect, but your hail threat kind of elevated right now, so very beautiful boundary here. Alright, let's get to our Nebraska radar. We're going to move radars. So, this is an area that we do have multiple flash flood warnings in. Then we're going to go to Missouri for a considerable flash flood warning. We have this single severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska for the next 20 minutes. 22 minutes, excuse me. For 60-mile-per-hour wind. Higher gusts are really being right within there, and with how high we are, we're probably seeing around 40 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. And then moving to we want to keep that radar. We can move this one back in just a second. So this is coming up towards Barnett, where we do have a rapport intersection of Highway Y and Z flooded and impassable. But here's the warning text, which we are looking at here on this side. So we always see this on this side. 2 to 4 inches of falling, and another 2 to 4 inches are possible in the warned area. Right, moving this back to INX radar. While we keep looking here, we did have another report of 72 mile per hour winds as of 10:27. I must have missed that. Probably wasn't looking at that radar at that time. Thankfully not seeing too much. We are seeing 60, 70 on radar, so you're probably 600. This is probably close to what you're seeing on the ground right now, considering you're so close to the radar. Usually we try to translate, so when you're looking 5,000 feet in the air, 80 mile per hour wind is usually 65 to 70 mile per hour wind. And we've kind of learned this. If you are in rugby, go ahead and get indoors. If you're in Harvey indoors, Bowden, Fessenden, Hamburg, if you guys can look to your west, just really briefly, I don't want you to do it for long. Let me remark this here with a better color for you guys. You'll see this shelf cloud. It will be most likely really beautiful. Some are, some aren't. I do expect this one to be actually really beautiful for us here. It is rare. I want to make this a point. It is rare for a state to be border. Huh? So the storm, we had a severe thunderstorm warning here. It has been allowed to expire. Has weakened below severe limits, which kind of surprises me. But a severe thunderstorm watch does remain in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time or 12 a.m. Mountain Daylight Time for a portion of this area, for that area. So that's really good news that we're seeing the decline here in these storms. The storm strength is coming down. We do see occasional 60, 65 mile per hour winds, but nothing like we were just seeing. We did again have that report of 69 mile per hour winds, which I thought would trigger a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, but I'm guessing it did not. So we're starting to see blips go up here in Oklahoma, which is what we're watching really closely as well here. So let's go down to our Bismarck radar. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these try to go severe. Just a holler break, mind erase, never you a fake. So we're starting to see these storms die off, which is really good news. It's really good to see storms start dying off. And we're watching them die off in real time. And this is going to make for a beautiful time lapse. In the first place, like an earthquake. So we did have a new severe thunderstorm warning here. Oh, we're gonna move this over here. Grand Forks, Minot, and Bismarck. Oh. Oof. I just tell I'm starting to get a little tired here, but we're gonna keep going at least until we see the considerable severe thunderstorms come down quite a bit. 70 mile per hour wind gusts at 10:30. McHenry AWOS gusted at 72. So we're still watching areas here where we did have a report of 67 mile per hour winds as well. So we've seen a lot of reports coming from this. I don't care about warnings being off because we're going to do that with weather-wise at the end of this. Here we are, we're watching the storm. So we see our first destructive severe thunderstorm warning where you can see 98 mile per hour winds. And I do expect 100 was at some point involved. So it's really good, and I do expect them to remove this severe thunderstorm warning. We're looking at one swath of possibly damaging wind moving towards the radar. Let's move down to our Bismarck radar here. Or just a very beautiful shelf cloud. If you guys are kind of in the path of this, Pettibone, Medina, Napoleon, Linden, Steele. You guys go outside and look to your west. Steele, it might be a little bit too late for you guys. And you will see a shelf cloud. Whether it's beautiful or not, we can't guarantee it will be. But we can say, hey, it's going to be really cool to see, you know. You don't see that every day. Kind of thinking back, this kind of reminds me of a specific day. Thankfully, we weren't expecting this because we weren't expecting storms, but tornadoes. The first DF5 in 12 years. This area kind of has that. Enderlin, North Dakota. We're just watching this where we can see consistent 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's when we're going to end stream for you guys tonight. I have a mildly early day in the morning, so... They have, again, updated this severe thunderstorm warning. They're continuing to let it go for the next 10 minutes. They don't want to cancel it because then people are going to think there's no more severe thunderstorm warning, but... So... bringing back to... We have this one storm over Fort Gibson. We're watching again a tornado threat. Oh, I just... We're just kind of watching this last area here. Watching this last area. Coming back up here where we're starting to see, you know, we're losing that radar strength. I wouldn't be surprised to see downgradations to, I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing our downgradations to base severe thunderstorm warnings. So we're watching this. I take pride in outlasting Max Velocity and Ryan Hall, y'all. We have been live longer than both of them combined. Not combined. Whoa. We have been live longer than both of them. That I take pride in that. We don't get to go live as often as they do. I'm still a high school student, and well, I was a high school student. I graduated. So I'm going to talk to you guys real for a second. Right now, where we're at, I'm not sure how many streams we get to have going forward. College is a really big thing for me. I'm going to go get my associates in law enforcement. It hurts to really say that I'm not just jumping straight into research meteorology. I'm not jumping straight into my degree. But just the way things are looking, I want to have a backup career ready to go. I would love to do this full time, but I have to be realistic too. So I'm getting my associates in law enforcement, and then we will be jumping into, I don't know if I'm go 1 year or 2 year for my associates. I don't know yet. I think associates is 2 year, but I might finish that at a later date and just get my meteorology degree. Or we're aiming for a master's. I may not be able to do a master's. I might get a bachelor's and say I can't do it no more. But well, that's what we're aiming for, is a master's. And then only then will I call myself meteorologist, because I will not. If you ain't got a degree, you're not a meteorologist. I don't care if you had 3.3 million subscribers or 100 million. Again, I would not be surprised to see these downgrade to base severe thunderstorm warnings, which will be the first time in this stream we've had actual base severe thunderstorm warnings and no considerables. So this is the only storm we're really live for at this point. And we will be up monitoring Oklahoma. I want to bring this into view for you guys. Let me pull this up on the Storm Projection Center website for myself to read for you guys. A downstream watch is unlikely, but alright, I'm going to read this off of Radar Scope. I personally use Radar Scope while chasing, because it gets things out faster than this. So Um, a few severe gusts remain possible tonight, mainly over north central North Dakota. The convection is generally weakening, and a downstream watch appears unlikely. Severe storms across Weather Watch 285 have shown a decrease in intensity over the last hour. This trend is likely to continue as these storms move eastward with a less unstable air mass across North Dakota. Still, a few severe gusts are possible, mainly over portions of north central Dakota, where the cold pull is the strongest. Thus, some severe risk will continue over Weather Watch 285 and has been extended in time till 6Z, which is 12 a.m. Mountain Daylight Time, 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time. A downstream watch is unlikely given the expected weakening as the line moves into eastern North Dakota. Further south, additional convective development across northwestern South Dakota is likely occurring behind the surface front. Reports of 50 to 55 gusts from the South Dakota Department of Transportation sensors suggest some potential for isolated severe gusts through the remainder of this evening and into the overnight hours. However, increasing inhibition lends low confidence to any sustained severe risk. And that was also put out by Andrew Loynes. So we are now down to 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in the entire country. And they are right here where we really have a nice gust front here. And your wind is going to be behind the gust front, but very beautiful. I like things like this on radar. It looks really cool. To be there would be so amazing. But I have my chances coming up this week for storm chases, which we do stream all of our chases on Facebook, except my most recent one, which was like 2-3 days ago, where I had a wall cloud that produced multiple funnels. I only had my primary phone, which I needed to report radar, things like that. Look at radar. So I decided not to stream. I was in Storm Command 3, which is, I think, going to become a primary chase vehicle for college. Don't know yet. We could still get a couple of chases in Storm Command 2 while I'm in college, but definitely is unlikely. Again, I would not be surprised to see this downgraded here shortly to what we call base severe thunderstorm warnings. So what's current is so what we're looking at right now is what we call considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. So base is 60 mile per hour winds, 1 inch hail. Considerable severe thunderstorm warnings are a step up from that, and that is 70 mile per hour wind and 1.75 inch hail. A step up from that is your destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which is 2.5 inch hail and 80 plus mile per hour wind. Both of those have pluses at the end. And so I personally am not seeing the 70 mile per hour wind here. Your strongest wind right now is occurring in this area here. Which is where I do expect. I'm not seeing anything 60 mile per hour wind, so you have to translate this from 2,000 feet. You're probably looking at 55 mile per hour wind, 50-55. And we haven't had a report here in about 45 minutes, so that should also tell you something. Oklahoma, we still have a little bit of storm development. Nothing too crazy at this time. We're watching the potential for a tornado threat tonight. I will personally be on standby mode for this. If we do see that tornado threat pan out, we'll come live. I said that horribly, didn't I? We've also been watching this area here for severe thunderstorm potential. I wouldn't be surprised if you see some hail severe thunderstorm warnings. But again, as the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center said, and so we're going to watch this area too, but we're not giving it our biggest attention right now. And these storms are rapidly dying off, so I do... when does this severe thunderstorm warning? 39 minutes. I do expect them at some point to downgrade, again, to your regular tagged severe thunderstorm warnings. As this moves away from the radar, so we're really watching from about Balta to the north into Canada for your severe thunderstorm potential. So this is where I really say your greatest wind threat associated with this severe thunderstorm warning is on the northern portion of it. So again, near Balta to the north is where it is, but we still have the potential for, I'd say, 50 mile per hour winds on the southern portion here, south of Drake into Harvey. And then we still have this other considerable severe thunderstorm warning that was actually issued by the National Weather Service of Grand Forks. So this territory in here is pretty much all Bismarck until you get to here. A very beautiful shelf cloud is probably leading this. So this is your gust front on radar, which is where your winds shift. So you'll have your winds going this way. When your gust front hits it, it'll push it to be that way. Ooh, that did not feel good on my arm. But that is also what we're watching as well. So let's go down to our Bismarck radar here. We have these storms behind it. These will likely not be severe. Heading towards McIntosh, kind of on the backside, south of Interstate 94 in North Dakota. That's where they're at right now. Going through Bismarck. Watching these storms too. I can see a hail threat being hail being the only reason you see severe thunderstorm warnings there, and then coming up into going further south into South Dakota. McIntosh to the south, Lemon, Glad Valley. You're probably seeing a little bit of hail. I could see that be getting severe warned, but I've also said this for like ever, that I wouldn't be surprised to see hail kind of bring in a severe thunderstorm warning. They're kind of being conservative there. Again, we're only looking at 59 up at about 28,000 feet. So we're probably about 45, 50 mile per hour winds in this. And there's your drop to base severe thunderstorm warning here. We're probably going to go until this base severe thunderstorm warning here expires. I do expect the other considerable to be dropped as well and go to base. As these storms are dying as well. And so, I wouldn't be surprised if they were to like drop the PDS tag on that watch and go regular here. So we're kind of looking over here the you actually have those up here, which is really cool to see, because you can see how these storms really happened here. But my main here is literally focus here. So you guys kind of get to see the behind the scenes of what we do. A severe thunderstorm, we are back to considerable. Can you not tell us where this report was? Genuinely, if we had a report, tell us where the heck the report is. I've been lonely, that's when you set me, then you set me free. Life's a mess. This is where you get into the stream where, this is the portion of the stream where we know it's winding down like crazy. We genuinely don't have the report. They do still have it tagged as a PDS. Severe thunderstorm watch here. So we're watching these two considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. We have officially also hit 5 hours streaming here. It's definitely not rare, but we haven't hit 5 hours in a very long time. So the reason we did not stream the entirety of May, we did stream May 18th, but I was not, how do I phrase this? I was not at a point where I wanted you guys to see the stream. It was horrible. Horrible coverage. So I deleted it. I've had computer issues. I was in the process of remaking all of my graphics that you guys see now. Because all of these graphics are handmade. Personally by me. All made by me. Except the graphic all the way at the bottom, the kind of flash flood warning as it scrolls through warnings and stuff. I did not make that one. But everything else you see except the radar itself is made by me. So I was in the process of remaking these, and this computer started working. So I got all the files off of that, and I have them on this other computer. So if this computer does that for whatever reason, we have our backup. So we're really watching these storms taper off here. We're just waiting on these severe thunderstorm warnings to be reported. We did again have a report. That did not just, that just popped up. I'm sorry. That just popped up. And private weather station got 58 mile per hour winds. So, really good news that it looks like we'll be possibly even severe thunderstorm warning list here shortly. I definitely wouldn't be surprised. Well, I do like to mention that the tornado threat, not tornado threat, why do they have me in a 3? Come on, I don't expect a tornado in my area. Thankfully, we're not going to have to worry about that conflicting with the stream, because we're probably ending around midnight. And there we are with a base severe thunderstorm warning issuance. We might go the full 40 minutes here on this. We probably won't. We're probably going to go till midnight tonight. Alright. And then we're gonna go out. I'm gonna go out chasing, I guess, as that's what chasers do. If it even rains here. Go from getting 5 inches, going from getting 5 inches of rain to none. Horrible. Never had a severe flash flood warning once. I haven't been in a warning in way too long. Flash flood warning more recently, but so a long time ago. So I'm getting ready, prepping for some storm chases this year. Sorry, I like that verse on the, like that specific part of this song, and YouTube would demonetize me if I said it on YouTube. Down, cutting me out, on top and on clouds. This is the part of the stream where you guys get to see some shenanigans while waiting for the base severe thunderstorm warnings to take over. Throw a couple of things. I throw bands. I gotta go through all of my posts and go expired alert, expired alert, expired alert. That does not feel good. Which we're gonna go ahead and do that right now while we have that chance. Because I swear the second I try to start doing this, it's gonna... And that other storm now, that other severe thunderstorm warning is base tagged here. Base tagged. I would not mind a tornado warning tonight. So again, one of the reasons I'm actually ending a little bit sooner is because I have a small, very, 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 very low tornado threat. So we're gonna go until this severe thunderstorm warning here ends, where we're really seeing your damaging wind threat really being in this area here. 60-mile-per-hour winds definitely possible in pockets here. We're probably only going to go to 11:45 here as we're entering your base severe thunderstorm warnings Oof. I did not notice we had that graphic up. I am so sorry, guys. I should know that. I don't use that key enough. Um, I do want to see what they do. I do expect them to drop the considerable tag on this storm here and go into a severe thunderstorm warning, base severe thunderstorm warning, or cancel. So we're starting to watch this here, where we do have multiple pockets of potential of 60 mile per hour winds, 55, 60 mile per hour winds, starting to enter your base severe thunderstorm warning here. So these are just heavy rain showers. These are not damaging winds. These are not large hail. These are just your regular rain showers, thunderstorms. So here we are, guys. We have been here for 5 hours and 12 minutes today. Thank you guys for tuning in and trusting me with your weather data. Again, sorry I have been really inactive recently. Life and my computer have just been piling on me. I had graduation stuff I was doing. I had so much in May, especially that first part, that I really had no time to stream or even fix my computer. It went down on April 27th, so I want to say sorry about that. With this in mind, guys, it is currently 11:43 Central, 10:43 East Mountain Daylight Time. Whew, caught myself there. We do have these last 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. However, we're gonna go ahead and end it off here. This has been a very insane day. We still have pockets of where you can see 60, 65 mile per hour wind in the severe thunderstorm warnings. It's definitely not out of the question as you go in towards Devil's Lake, but it will be dying down drastically here as there's not enough instability. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for trusting me with your weather information today on this June 7th in 2024. We will be back Tuesday, possibly tomorrow. We might get in tomorrow for a stream. It just kind of depends on how the threat evolves. Tuesday, before we end, I want to bring this up. Tuesday has the threat to produce strong tornadoes. We have confidence. Let me bring this up here on here. And this is going to be in the same areas almost that was just being impacted. They did consider a moderate risk for tornadoes. This is a tornado-driven enhanced. Tornado and hail-driven. I would not be surprised in about an hour, hour and a half, we see a moderate risk for day 2. The issue I have is the upper air thermodynamics, which we can take a look here off of which I'm going to work off on HRRR. I just want to bring this off really quickly. Again, this is 48 hours, and it looks like it grows upscale really quickly. What we're going to do is take NAM nested. We're going to take a sounding right here. Again, ahead of these storms, and this is hour 48. It congeals into a line, so we'll probably be live around 4 or 5 p.m. The issue I have with this is your upper air thermodynamics. You don't really have the best instability upper air. Your winds aren't really the best upper air, and other than that, that is the only issue I see with this day, Tuesday, from being a big threat day. We're also going to be live Wednesday here in the Minneapolis area as well. Looks like a wind threat. Well, we could see a few tornadoes with it. We will have a video tomorrow. We're going to start doing these videos. We're going to have a video tomorrow detailing the risk. And then Thursday is a possible stream, maybe storm chasing. Go to my Facebook, Kelly Rose WX. That's where all of my storm chasing happens for right now. But Thursday, we have this slight risk of severe weather extending from Columbia, Missouri to Grand Rapids, Michigan, close to Flint, Mount Pleasant, Big Rapids, and Saginaw. Wouldn't surprise me if Saginaw, Michigan, that's a good song, gets put into the slight risk tonight at 3:30 a.m. Again, couple tornadoes possible in Oklahoma. Let's go to that just really quickly. We got this area highlighted from Muskogee on, so north of I-40 and east of 69 Highway. It's your greatest tornado threat. Let's take a look at that live radar, and then I'm done. I'm going to be ready for a potential storm chase with this. Alright, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for trusting me with your weather information. We'll have that video out tomorrow, probably around 1 p.m. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for trusting me with your weather today. It certainly means a lot. Thank you for tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the video. Peace out. So rob a bank with me. So thankfully, always keep them triggers. Thankfully, always keeping them triggers. Went number 1.